Anybody? The gravest of nods. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. My name is Wilshocker on a mission to shock the world with fantastic content. And today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV, episode 122 of my ongoing playthrough. In that case, you'll become... Oh, Mikoto's not telling you about the part where she falls out of the ship. Mikoto, would you mind accompanying me? This is bad news. She's gonna fall out of that ship. Ba 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 ba. Love Shadowbringers. Let's go. Okay, so I am already level 25 of resistance rank. And we're just gonna do the story today, and if there's a dungeon, we're gonna go do the dungeon. So, ba 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 ba. There you are. I've tried locating a current close to the Imperial's warship, but there's nothing in range at the spectrometer. If we're to have any chance of finding one, I'm going to need you to place a sensor out there. Oh, and so you know, we've asked Bwagi to operate the dam once it's in place. With the fighting on the southern front dying down, he thought that his time would be better spent helping us here. I've marked an ideal spot on your map. When the sensor is set, contact me via link pearl and I'll fire up the spectrometer. Okay, Lejaban point. Lejaban! There we are. Let's mount up. Get on out there. I decided I'm not going to stream for the 0 to 1 people that's going to stream. That's going to watch my stream. I am streaming for the 1,000+ people that will inevitably encounter this video in the distant future, like 100 years from now, 200 years from now, for the historical records and the people that are, you know, interested in scouring the history of the United States or the planet Earth or whatever. So this is Final Fantasy XIV. As of 2025, it is one of the top most popular, massively multiplayer online RPGs. It has some design flaws. There are critics that say that the game is a little bit too homogenized for their taste, that the classes play in a very similar way, so that I think they did that so that nobody feels left out, and so that they could focus on the actual design of the monsters instead of worrying about whether the monster fits a certain build or not. So I understand why they made it that way, but people think one class. Not to say that I fully defend the homogenization. It's just that I understand why it's there, you know? If I were to build a game that was all about the rating and the endgame content, and, you know, just the way it is, sort of decide this class can't do it as effectively as another class, you know. At least all the classes are at a level playing field, and then you can start playing around with the difficulty of the bosses, you know. The boss fights can be more dynamic. Soldiers, eh? By the sounds of it, they didn't put much of a fight. Well, whenever you're ready, I'm standing by. Yeah, I can imagine a future where the Twitch servers stay online for 100 years, and... well, not Twitch, but YouTube for sure. Definitely YouTube servers will stay online for a very, very long time. And what will happen is we're clear to head back. Ooh. Did I lag? Am I lagging? They're like, oh, wow, this person was streaming. They're like, oh, wow, this person was streaming at such and such time. And the internet is forever. So I'm making content that's gonna exist 1,000 years from now. That's kind of cool. Thanks again for your help. It shouldn't be long before the analysis is complete. While we wait for the results, I have to ask. While we wait for the results, I have to ask. And found Wi-Fi instead of my physical cable. Wi-Fi instead of my physical cable. Anyway, moving on. Let's move on. Yes, yes. Uh-oh. We're hiding something. I know Mikoto would never lie to us, but I can't help but think she's not telling us the whole truth. Mikoto is not the only one withholding information. Whatever you are hiding, I suggest you spit it out. Uh-oh. Surely we could consult Balzagian and the others, no? There must be something we can do to prevent Mikoto from falling. Mikoto said her visions of the future aren't something that might happen, but will happen. One way or another, she's going to fall. And don't forget, we were all here in her vision, preoccupied with one thing or another. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Nonsense! Our fates are only decided when we let others decide them for us. Cheer up, lass. We will find a way to save her. Right. Of course. There's still hope. Somebody's gonna be there to catch her. There's gonna be some big bouncy Luffy thing underneath her to bounce on and land on. Some way to break her fall. Hello. How are you doing, prisoner? Yes, indeed, we did fight her. And the goddess came and said something. I don't know. Nanisare. Right, and they exchanged bodies, sure. Yes, that all happened. It's surprising that it all happened, but it all happened. You forget yourself. You forget the duty of Gunilder. There can be no Balja without her children. Huh. I wonder what that is. I don't know what I'd do if something were to happen to any of you. So you can be damn sure I'll do my part to keep everyone safe. I promise. Alright. Bye. Okay, so my metal is maxed out. I can't get any higher metal than that. This is the last one, the level 25 quest. Let's go. I'm hyped. Ba ba ba. Blade Shocker. We have finished preparations for a full-scale assault. We will keep the Imperials occupied while Sid executes his plan to disable Del Riada. Our work on the ether wave amplifier is complete, and the crystal focus has been mounted on board the Eazar. That said, it's hard to gauge the range of the pulse it will generate. In the event things don't go to plan, I have your men ready to disperse. You have nothing to worry about, Sid. The amplifier will work. I have seen it.
Well, it's been far too long. A pity our meeting is under such dire circumstances. But never fear, Sid and Mikoto will be in good hands aboard the Yazar. The amplifier has been loaded onto the ship, and the engine has been insulated against the blast.
That's not all. The Mark IV dam is ready to go, and I've just the place to put it. Our plan for the upcoming battle is twofold. First and foremost, we must draw the enemy's attention on the ground, affording the crew of ESR the opportunity to disable the warship. This will throw their forces into disarray, granting us the opportunity to press forward and, God's willing, remove the head of their detachment here in Boja. We speak, of course, of their commander Manias Saslenatus. It will be no easy endeavor, however, for we must also contend with the likes of Lion Remhalzos and his entourage of beasts. Nevertheless, we mustn't lose heart. Remain vigilant, remember your training, and I have faith the day will be ours.
All right.
Ba ba ba. For Boja! I knew it. Ha ha ha. I knew he was going to say that. I knew it. I called that one. Let the historical record show. I called that one. I said it before it showed up. Ba 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 ba. All right, next up. Lilia. I think it's Lilia. Spelled really weirdly. Well, I guess we'd better go get to work too, eh? First things first, setting up the dam. The location is right there on your map. Trouble is, there are a few final adjustments that have to be made on site, meaning I'll have to come along. You can handle any Imperials that show up, right? Very well. Let us move on to this next location. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Ba da ba 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 ba. Ba da ba 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 ba. Ba da ba ba. Ba da ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I wonder if I get a mount at the end of Boja, like I did with the end of Eureka. Boja was considerably less interesting than Eureka was. I really liked Eureka. I thought the story was good. I thought the fact that you had to grind on regular monsters was good. The elemental level thing, the elemental wheel thing was good. These monsters out here in this wasteland are a complete waste of time, unless you're spawning critical engagements or whatever. But even then, it's like, why even bother fighting any of them? It's just, there's no point. I don't like that. Can I attune to this aetherite? Hermolvir point. Yes, I can. Cool. I didn't know that. Ba 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 da na ba na 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 na. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I am quite a good warrior, if I do say so myself. Oh, there's more. Bakada. I gotta watch a video guide on this upcoming boss, or this upcoming dungeon, so that I'm not completely blind. I love Ffxiv. Favorite move in the game, bar none. I love Ffxiv. Ffxiv created the warrior class for what it is. Like warrior was nothing before Ffxiv came out. I miss the DPS stance for warrior too. I miss tanks having a DPS stance. That was rad. That was legit. That was the best. I loved having a DPS stance on tank, man. That was so awesome. So awesome. Having a tank DPS. Man, awesome, awesome, awesome. So cool. So great. I miss it so much. Everything's set, Chief. Setting the coordinates now. We'll be there as soon as we can. Reno, Mikoto, it's time to head out. Did you get all that, Bazal-jin? We will hold their attention for as long as we can. Godspeed. Oh no, the warship! The warship! Uh-oh. Did I mess something up? Damn it. Are we too late? Sir, look. The ESR. Gods, please let this plan work. She gonna fall. Ah! What's going on? What in the seven hells was that? Could it be the elegant weapon is operational? Sir, the target is too small to score a direct hit. They won't be so lucky a second time. Fire again! Yes, sir. Energy levels at 45%. Bad news, I'm afraid. The amplifier has been damaged and we've lost the coordinates of the dam. Of all the rotten luck. Do-do-do-da-da. Boo-ba-doo-ba-ba. Boo-ba-doo-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Did you catch that, Lilia? We've lost the coordinates. Quickly, send up a flare. Understood, Chief. There. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da ba dum 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 da dum 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 da dum da da dum 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 da dum da da dum 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 da dum da dum dum both. Now activate the dam. Ba 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 dum ba da ba 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 dum ba dum. I like her nails. She got it. Come on, don't fail me now. Ooh, pretty. The ether from the Boja incident. What's that for? What is that doing? Oh, big booms! The engines! They've shut down! Prepare for emergency landing! What? Oh dear, that's a very big ship. Oh, they're all landing. They're all dropping. Uh-oh. Big ship on the way. Big shield for big ship. Crash. Fall. No! Mikoto, no! Catch her. What the? What? Who is that? What? Who is Fancy Butt over here? Take us down now. Right. Who is Fancy Pants? Your Charlian companion is safe, though I cannot say the same for you at present. It would behoove you to retreat. What? Who is this? Fran, General of the Damascan Resistance. We may save the pleasantries for when you're returned to Camp Verdelnis. I kind of remember her from the other raid series. Fran. Alright, Genobus has told me about you. Alright, heading back now. Oh, she's already up and at it. She's already back up and ready to go. She's perfectly fine. What a dupe. What a red herring. What a red herring there. There was nothing wrong. There was a big cliffhanger for nothing. Oh no, she falls out of the ship. Brr. Soon it will be all over. Oh, Father, would that you could live to see this day.
The elegance penchant for creating unspeakable horrors never ceases to amaze me. Thank the gods we have you here to help us. If not for you, I doubt the resistance would have the wherewithal to continue fighting the good fight. But enough of my pessimism. Is there something you wish to talk about?
Tell me about the Yazar.
You look as if you've never seen the Yazar before. Do you not recall riding into Rabanastre when going to meet with Lady Fran? At any rate, we, or rather my dear brother Bob Gammon, first commandeered the ship from the wealthy elite of Ul'dah. After a few modifications by myself and Renak, I dare say it's the fastest airship to ever grace the skies. And so we christened here the Yazar, meaning tornado in the old Damascan tongue. Funnily enough, it is a name often given to unruly horses. I can assure you our airship is anything but, so long as you have a delicate touch. We've grown quite attached to her over the years. Through our highs and lows, the Yazar has always been there with us. Why, one might say we think of her as family. We were admittedly apprehensive when first joining the Dalmascan resistance, fearing we would have to part with our airship, but Lady Fran made sure that that would not be the case. If anything should happen to the ESR here in Boja, though, I will not mourn her. Having served us so faithfully all these years, I can think of no finer opportunity to take her to our final flight. He who fights the rivers know naught of the ocean, an old Damascan proverb to remind us that those who tug against the threads of fate often fail to see the tapestry woven by our lives. I believe there is a greater purpose to all we do, and if fate would have me fighting alongside you, then I will not struggle against the river's flow. My goodness, you had a fucking ton to say. That was ridiculously long. The time has come, Wilshocker, to put an end to the Fourth Legion's schemes and to reclaim Boja's freedom once and for all. Failure is not an option. Our plan worked, Wilshocker. The Dalriada was forced to make an abrupt landing after the amplifier released its pulse, just as Sid predicted. Now it's time to board that airship and fight off the bad guys. We did not all emerge from the encounter unscathed, however. Lilia was badly wounded. We have done what we can for her, but she needs proper medical attention. I've already spoken with Lord Hien, and his surgeons are ready and waiting her arrival in Doma. Could I trouble you for the use of the Yazar? Yes, we'd be glad to help.
I would accompany her to Doma as well, if that's all right. This wouldn't have happened if not for me.
You may have glimpsed the future, but you didn't see everything. There was no way of knowing for certain what would happen to any of us. Using the amplifier was my plan, but we all knew the risks involved, including Lilia. This is a war we're fighting after all. But this is hardly the time to discuss such matters. We have a long journey ahead of us, and I dare say your healing magics will be of great comfort to her until we reach Doma. Can we please move on? This is so slow. While they tend to our wounded comrade, let us deliver the final blow to the enemy. With the Dalriada disabled and reinforcements newly arrived from Dalmasca, we may never have a finer opportunity to strike. We will offer whatever assistance we can if it means defeating the Fourth Imperial Legion. Though we offer little in the way of material, I have brought several vehicles which I believe will prove helpful in this final endeavor. General Fran, you have our gratitude. I will see that they are put to good use. It's time we make ready. The coming battle will decide the fate of Boja. But as we have seen, our enemy is willing to employ any means at their disposal, no matter how reckless or deplorable. We have reason to believe that they have obtained a deadly new weapon, and we must be prepared to adapt our strategy as the situation warrants. Wilshocker, may we count on your assistance one last time.
We will free Boja, together. And there you have it. Time and again he has fought at our side. We have overcome many a foe. Now we stride into battle once more, and by the grace of the gods, victory will be ours. Yeah, for Boja! 'Tis true the Imperial's presence in the sky is greatly diminished, but Menenius has yet to reveal this elegant weapon of his, and that is to say nothing of Lion and his beasts. Our victory will not be easily won, but I have faith that together we will prevail in the end. For God's sake, boy. What did I tell you about bowing out with a bit of grace? It's over, Menenius. We've lost. Even so, the relic must not fall into the hands of the Bojans. I will have it jettisoned from the Dalriada into the ruins whence it came. Once our troops have been evacuated, I will engage the ship's self-destruct sequence and seal the entrance, keeping the relic beyond the reach of those savages. Meanwhile, you are to take the rest of our detachment back to Dalmasca and crush the resistance. Then, and only then, are you to return here and reclaim Galbranth's weapon. Am I understood? So it's the coward's way out, is it? Not man enough to face him after your resounding failure? It was I Galbranth entrusted with the Dalriada, his final hope of claiming these lands as his own. If that hope is to die here, then I would perish with it. I have naught but my life to offer to make amends for all we have lost. Look, Menenius, everyone's bound to have a spot of bad luck, eventually. Even you. Now isn't the time for drastic measures. As much as I'd enjoy seeing an arrogant, fork-tongued prig such as yourself go down in a fiery ball of ruin, I know Galbranth still has a part for you to play. If you bury the relic, fine. I'll even help you. But when we're done, we go and speak with him together and explain what happens. All right? Your stubbornness never ceases to confound me. Good. If that's what it takes to get through to you, I'll be as stubborn as I like. Huh. And you would call me the arrogant one. Aw, they're friends. How nice. They're friends. I'm happy for them. Happy friendship. Ooh, that looks nasty. That looks like something to fight. What's with this rock? Ancient rock. Magic rock. Magic rock is flashing! Magic rock is spewing magic! The seal is broken. The magic is free. The rock is a rock. Oh. Sword of magic. Magic goddess weapon. Magic goddess weapon? Wow! Magic!
The Dalriada, now accessible.
You may now access the critical engagement to Dalriada. The critical engagement will be initiated when a similar number of players with access to Dalriada are present in Zadnor. Furthermore, by completing our skirmishes and other critical engagements, the time required before the Dalriada can be initiated again will be reduced. Be sure to prepare lost actions from the Lost Science cache, as they may prove key to turning the tides of battle. Okay, so now I need a party. Yes, now I need a party. So now I'm going to go and watch a guide of Ffxiv, the Dalriada guide. 4 years ago, wow.
Time to
Hey
take
everyone,
some notes.
Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my raid guide to the Dalriada, the new large-scale raid introduced in patch 5.55. To access the Dalriada, you'll need to progress the Save the Queen side story quests until you reach the exploration zone, Zadnor. Once you hit resistance rank 25, finish all the story quests up to this point, you'll be good to go. It respawns every hour, but completing critical engagements in Zadnor will speed up the respawn, so it really feels more like 30 minutes most of the time. It drops field notes for the lore on the foes inside, which you'll need for an achievement mount in case you're looking for that. There's Orchestrion rolls and Mithril and Platinum coins. These can be exchanged for several different rewards, most notably the item level 525 armor sets modeled after several key Final Fantasy XII characters. The Dalriada also scales dynamically, granting players a powerful echo buff if fewer players are present. Seriously, we 8-man this on day 1 mostly with ease, despite it supporting up to 48 players itself. Just know that with very few people, you can disrespect a lot of mechanics, but with 48 people, they're going to be a lot more threatening. We'll be properly stating how to do mechanics here, not just LOL I did it with 8 people, ignore everything mentality. The raid itself is broken up into several major sections. To skip to a specific one, please use the timestamps in the description of the video. At the start of the raid, assign one group of 8 or less individuals to interact with the star chasers that are to the left when you enter. These will take the players who use them to an alternate first boss that must be pulled and defeated alongside the boss the rest of the raid is dealing with. Fortunately, there's no need to coordinate kill times here. Just coordinate a pull time and either side can take all the time they need to defeat their respective bosses. If you're doing this with very few people, consider sending something more like 4 or 5 people to deal with the boss that is through the Star Chasers. It's way less threatening and way less time consuming than the boss the rest of the raid will be doing. So first, let's cover the Star Chaser team. They will face off against Sartivois, who is largely similar to his appearance on the Southern Boshin front. Pyrokinesis is room-wide damage here, but it doesn't do that much. Keep in mind Sartivois phases based on HP quite frequently, and even with half-decent DPS, you probably won't see most of what I'm going to tell you in this guide. His first mechanic is Time Eruption, which you should have seen many times over by now. Stand on the slow rotating clocks first, wait for the first explosion, then quickly move off of them. Sartivois does also have access to Reverse Time Eruption here, which asks you to do the opposite. You want to stand on the fast rotating clock first, and then quickly move off of them. Sartivois does also have access to Reverse Time Eruption here, which asks you to do the opposite. You want to stand on the fast rotating clock first, and then move into the slow ones after they explode. Now in some groups, that's literally all I see, but there is a decent bit more to him if you're in a slower kill speed. He can summon 2 rows of phoenixes that all do dive bombs across the arena, which you just need to avoid all of their paths. There's Thermal Gust line AoEs that he aims at random players. Grand Cross Flame, which is just a giant cross AoE that he'll do from his location. And then he can even summon Meteor Markers, where you just need to have one person stand in each of them and you'll be fine. Around 55%, Sartivois will go to the center and do multiple back-to-back room-wide AoEs that the party needs to heal through. He then transforms into this giant hulking fire elemental with a blade. When he's in this phase, Burning Blade is a tank buster, so watch out for that. Shortly after Burning Blade is Mana Wan Flame, however that's pronounced. This does damage to all players and summons several X-Blades at a few of their positions. It's best to have the party stack up and try to face the same direction during this to place and aim most of these X-Blades together. After a short delay, the X-Blades do a large point-blank AoE and a fire line AoE in the direction that they are facing. So you want to get away from them and don't be in front of them either. It's not too bad even if you just kind of wing it. After this is left or right brand. This just cleaves half the room based on the direction the boss is facing, so just get to the other side. Then you got double cast, which is just 4 spread AoEs and 1 split damage AoE, nothing fancy. After this, he can start using more of his phase 1 attacks. You'll see Phoenixes, Time Eruptions, Meteors, and Pyrokinesis. We had to try to barely DPS him here, and we still barely saw some of this stuff, so halfway decent DPS, you won't see most of it. After defeating Sartivois, you'll just AoE down ads until the other team is done. You can even choose to just like leave one ad alive and not kill it, and then no more will spawn and you can just slash sit and wait for the other team. On the flip side, the remaining members of the raid are contending with 3 mini-bosses back to back at the main entrance. Each of them is modeled after critical engagements you've been doing in the zone and previous zone, so they should all look familiar. The first of the 3 mini-bosses is the 4th Legion Blackburn. It's exactly like one of the Zone 3 CEs that is in the zone, but even easier. Now, it's worth noting that you can bring the burst action here to abuse his magic aversion. Legion Blackburn. It's exactly all of them is modeled, and then no more will spawn and you can just slash sit and wait for the other team. On the flip side, the remaining members of the raid are contending with 3 mini-bosses back to back at the main entrance. Each of them is modeled after critical engagements you've been doing in the zone and previous zone, so they should all look familiar. The first of the 3 mini-bosses is the 4th Legion Blackburn. It's exactly like one of the Zone 3 CEs that is in the zone, but even easier. Now, it's worth noting that you can bring the burst action here to abuse his magic aversion and increase his damage taken. Various bosses have physical or magical aversion, and the rampage and burst actions just basically make those bosses take 10% more damage. So if you're not sure if anyone else has it, it's always a good idea to maybe consider bringing it yourself. Other than that, the boss doesn't really do anything of note. Suppressive Magitech Raise is a room-wide AoE, and the boss doesn't even have a tank buster. He has anti-personnel missiles, which places several of those back-to-back square AoEs you've probably seen in other content. You just gotta dodge the first one that appears, and then find safe spots for 2 and 3. The only mechanic the boss really has is field support. That summons a full line of soldiers along the wall, and then another partial line of soldiers along an adjacent wall. You'll get a weak point marker, and you just need to make sure that the open side is hit by the undodgeable line of AoE. Soldiers along the wall, and then another partial line of soldiers along an adjacent wall. You'll get a weak point marker, and you just need to make sure that the open side is hit by the undodgeable line of AoEs, while avoiding the partial line altogether. Then you just group up and AoE all the infantry that spawns, with burst again being a fantastic option. Blackburn then just goes back and forth between doing surface missiles, which just drops baited AoEs on the ground, and room-wide damage. Pretty much all 3 of the mini-bosses do this after they've exhausted their mechanics. They'll just spam dodgeable stuff and unavoidable raid damage. So after you get to this, finish him, and then you'll be on mini-boss number 2. The second mini-boss is against an Augur. It just has Sanctified Quake 3 as room-wide, and once again, no tank busters of note. His first real order of business is Void Call, which replicates the mechanics from the On Serpent's Wing CE in Zadnor. One Serpent will do a pushback, one will cast Water Donuts on players, and the rest will do point-blank AoEs. Ideally, you stack everyone up and then stay stacked after the knockback, dead center of the donut, to make sure no one gets hit. If you got trust issues, or you want that uptime, Arm's Length and Surecast work on the knockback, and you can just hit the Augur the whole time. And if you really don't trust anyone, Reflect technically works on the magic damage that comes out of these various ads. After this, all the ads swarm the party, but just have a tank pick it up and AoE it down. Now, the boss will still do Pyroplexy, which puts meteor markers that require one player in each of them to mitigate the raid-wide explosion. You can miss 1 or 2 of these and it's not too bad, but you really just don't want to, because the Vuln stacks are going to get quite noticeable pretty quick. After that, just clear out all the ads, survive some spammed room-wide AoEs, and you're on to mini-boss number 3. The final mini-boss is Alkanost and Carrion Crow, which actually use mechanics from the Shadow's Hand CE in the southern front, with a slight twist. The first mechanic is Storm Call plus Winds. The Crow will summon a knockback from a side of the room, while orbs summoned by Alkanost float towards the wind wall that is to the south. When the orbs reach the wall, they do a massive explosion, so you need to make sure you're away from them while doing whatever the knockback is asking you to do. Where to stand is going to vary based on where the knockback is actually coming from. If you'd like to just only think about dodging the orb explosions, Arms Length and Surecast work here if you still have it. After this, Alkanost will summon clones similar to the Sophia battle. When Alkanost casts either a Conal AoE, a Donut AoE, or a Point Blank AoE, he will tether to 2 of the clones, commanding them to copy his attack when the time comes. You do this twice back to back to make sure all 4 clones actually have something to copy. After issuing commands, the crow will do a knockback. The goal is to be knocked back into an area that's safe from twice back. He will tether to 2 of the clones. A conal AoE, a donut AoE, or a point-blank AoE. He will tether to 2 of the clones, commanding them to copy his attack when the time comes. You do this twice back to back to make sure all 4 clones actually have something to copy. After issuing commands, the crow will do a knockback. The goal is to be knocked back into an area that's safe from all of the clone AoEs. Now this can play out a couple of different ways. There's one where there's 2 giant point-blank AoEs and 2 donut AoEs, and for that one you'll want to be knocked back to being under one of the donut AoEs. The other variant has a conal AoE and a donut AoE, and for that you'd want to be knocked back behind the one doing the conal AoE. Simple. If you don't trust it, arm's length ensure cast if you haven't used it yet. After this, Crow and Alkanos will just alternate between several AoEs. The Crow will use a giant 180-degree box AoE, while Alkanos does some point-blank AoEs, donut AoEs, and a room-wide AoE. Clear out these last 2 pets, and once both teams are done, you'll be past the first encounter. The team that defeated Sartavot should advance to the next room and make sure they hit that switch, because the team outside can't advance until they do. Well, technically you're past the first encounter. There is a trash mob you'll need to clear out before getting to the chests and to the second boss. Apparently there can actually be up to 3 chests here, though most groups only see 2. In fact, as of this video, I've never seen 3 chests here. So as of this video, the speculation is that it's either based on kill speed or having nobody die in either of the encounters. But either way, just expect to get 2 here for the time being, and anytime you're with bugs. And now we're on to the second boss with Cucullin, who's a very simple boss. Purified Soul is room-wide damage, and Might of Malice is his tank buster. The first mechanic is Burgeoning Dread, which is just Force March. Nothing special here, just try to avoid letting it walk you into any of the 4 sludge pools you see around the map. You'll need those for the next mechanic. After the boss recenters himself and does another room-wide AoE, he will cast Fleshy Necromass. This causes him to bounce on the party wildly, randomly, stunning, damaging, and giving vuln stacks to anyone hit. You can mitigate this attack entirely by touching one of the sludge puddles to become a slime. This reduces it to a minor stun and prevents any major effects from occurring, and then once he's done, just go back to attacking him. After this is honestly just a bunch of AoE combinations. Necrotic Billow drops a ton of baited AoEs on players that you need to dodge. Ambient Pulsation summons 3 sets of AoEs. You'll ideally want to stay in the middle of the room until you see the 3rd set of AoEs appear, and then go to that side of the room. Once the first set explodes, then the center is safe, then dodge into the middle. The only other major attack to worry about potentially is Ghastly Aura. This causes everyone in the room to be misdirected, the little pointer over your head that lets you only move in the direction it's facing when you start moving. This will just be combined with another attack, like Fleshy Necromass or Necrotic Billow. So if you get this plus Necromass, then you have to guide yourself into the puddles in order to transform. If you get that plus Necrotic Billow, then you need to make sure you're dodging the AoEs with it. I wouldn't be surprised if you can get Ambient Pulsation here too. I never have, but I wouldn't be surprised. Either way, it's just those mechanics with misdirections, so as long as you do that, you've won the second fight. Now the third section is going to require some coordination. You'll need one team to go down both the east and west hallways and clear out all of the mobs in them. There are a number of hazards here, including alternating laser grids that deal massive damage and paralyze if you walk through them, a giant laser that fires from the opposite end of the hallway with a huge knockback effect and damage, and a most deadly electric floor that deals percentage-based health damage as you stand in it. Fortunately, we can mitigate 2 of these 3 hazards. Now you need one party to stay behind in the first room. There's a platform of 4 glowing squares that requires 4 players to stand in it. The players can stand anywhere on the platform, it doesn't have to be in the specific squares, but you do need to have them stand in it because that will turn off the electric floors in the hallways. For mitigation number 2, the monitors in the front of the room are indicators of where the lasers will be firing down the hallways. The 2 left monitors cover the left hallway, and the 2 right monitors cover the right hallway. You want to use Shout Chat to communicate from this room what the 2 hallway teams need to be dodging. It's very popular to call the safe sides by typing things like LR for left and right, or all left, or all right, to alert the teams. You have tons of time to alert them, so as long as you're communicating to them at all, you shouldn't have a problem. Just remember that Yell Chat actually has a range, and the teams will likely outrange it shortly into the hallway, so definitely use Shout Chat, even if people in the zone start complaining. The team that does stay behind in that middle room will still have to contend with ads, by the way, so make sure you leave a tank and healer behind, and do your best to stay on those platforms. If you need to dodge an AoE, you can step off of them for a second, but you're just going to be doing damage to teams that are in the hallways themselves, so get right back on them and make sure the range do not leave that platform. Other than that, the ads don't do anything special, just a bunch of aimed AoEs. There's Magic bits that shoot line AoEs at the people on the platforms, nothing fancy. Now it's just on the hallway teams to be patient with the laser grids and clear out all the mobs. At the end of the hallways are buttons that need to be pressed. You're supposed to press them at the same time, but when you beat your hallway, just start spam pressing it, and when the other team is ready, they'll start pressing it, and it'll be fine. After this will open up doors into a new room, including a hallway for the people back in the middle room to just skip right through without having to run down the side hallways themselves. There will be one mob waiting for you, a Colossus mob that just does like a rotating slash, but you can deal with that. Now you're on to boss number 3. This encounter will begin against Sonyan, a giant robot with some pretty basic attacks. It's really just a tutorial phase to show you how his attacks work. High-powered Magitech Ray is a tank buster, Magitech Halo is a donut AoE, and Magitech Cross Ray is a cross AoE. Sonyan's main donut work. High-powered Magitech Ray is a tank buster, Magitech Halo is a donut AoE, and Magitech Cross Ray is a cross AoE. Magitech Halo is a donut AoE, and Magitech Cross Ray is a cross AoE. Sonyan's main gimmick is that he will place arrows under himself, and after a short delay, slide the AoE over to a new location. If it's a donut AoE, just follow the slide and stay under him, whereas if it's a cross AoE, just make sure you're not wherever the cross is going to end up. The only other mechanic for Phase 1 is Missile Command, which just summons a bunch of baited and targeted AoEs before ending with a stack marker. I say that's all else because that's all I've ever seen him do. I wouldn't be surprised if he can use some of his Phase 2 mechanics, but I have never seen him do it, so that's all I can say. Around 35%, Sonyan will become untargetable, and Dewan the Younger will join the fight. A different tank should pick it up and just move it slightly away from Sonyan, as they do get a buff for being too close when they aren't performing mechanics, but you don't have to go that far. Caster should actually stay on Sonyan, by the way, as he is weak to magic with magic aversion, and they basically have a shared health pool at this point. There's no need to time your kills or speed or anything, just kill them and you'll be okay. They'll share health with each other occasionally anyway. The first combination attack here is the sliding Magitech AoEs and Dewan's Wildfire Winds. This is exactly the same as Dewan's AoEs in Lacus Latori, the one that spawned the orbs and the plumes, and some were donuts and point blank AoEs. The lighter plume-looking orbs are donut AoEs, making them safe spots. Make sure to do the sliding AoE first, and then either find a donut AoE or an open space to avoid the follow-up explosion. This is then followed up with Missile Command and Dewan jumping away and doing a donut AoE. You're going to want to spread, dodge, then stack for the split damage, and then be ready to follow Dewan after he uses Swooping Frenzy, because that will be followed up with the donut AoE. Their other major combo is Obey plus Spiral Scourge. Sonyan will teleport away and form a line on the ground, designating a path he will use for his next attack. When Spiral Scourge finishes casting, he will begin to spin and slowly move along the path, massacring anything in his way. At the same time, Dewan will use Obey with 3 different jump markers, which is again the same as Lacus Latori. The only catch here is that one of his donut AoEs will be at a location that Sonyan is currently charging through. You'll need to identify that spot and exercise a bit more patience before going into the donut AoE. Once you figured out which one it is, follow behind Sonyan until you are safely in the correct spot to do Obey. Now, most of the times I see this, it's on the first or second Obey when either of them is a donut, but it's never on more than one. I will also say, keep an eye on all 3 Obeys. It can be donut donut cross and donut cross cross. I've seen a ton of people just go to the third spot thinking, oh, it's a donut AoE, only to get a very rude awakening. After this, you'll get Swooping Frenzy, a Conal AoE, and Missile Commands before both bosses use Tank Busters on their tanks. For Dewan, his Tank Buster is called Tooth and Talon, by the way. The final combo attack is Spiral Scourge plus Wildfire Winds. This one is a bit easier than the previous. The first Wildfire Wind, you just kind of dodge it as normal. It's very rare that you'll be in Sonyan's path while he's charging. For the second one, you're going to need to try to find a safe spot that he isn't actually charging through. That can be deep in a corner of the arena, or you can just get behind him and find the first donut or safe spot that's available. Either way, this one you can wing pretty safely, unless of course you're worried about losing uptime, in which case really hope the tank isn't winging it. After this, their combos just repeat until you defeat them both. With that, you'll unlock the final boss room. Pretty lengthy cutscene here, so be sure to ask if there are any newcomers that need a moment. Oh, and grab that loot chest. The final boss is the Diablo armament. This combines attacks from the original Diablos encounter with some more Ultima weapon style attacks as well. His tank buster is Advanced Death Ray, which is a line AoE towards that actual tank. So that tank should just get close to him and move to a side when they see this so they don't murder everyone. Etheric Explosion is his generic room-wide AoE, but a lot of his attacks do room-wide, so don't just look out for that one. The first mechanic is Etherochemical Lasers. Diablo fires 2 back-to-back AoEs, one a line down the center of the room and 2 lines along the sides. Which order he does this in is random, so just keep an eye on which one is first and which. Diablo fires 2 back-to-back AoEs, one a line down the center of the room and 2 lines along the sides. Which order he does this in is random, so just keep an eye on which one is first and which one is second. They mark the areas to explode after he hits them, and they will explode after a brief delay. Just dodge to where the second lasers hit, and then dodge into the safe spot after laser number 1 explodes. His next mechanic is also his most deadly mechanic, in that of Diabolic Gate. Hope you did aim to 4 hard mode. Diablo will deal moderate raid damage when he casts this, then reposition himself, shrink the safe space of the arena, and begin charging a super powerful line AoE through the center of the room. There will be safe spots 90 degrees to each side of it, but that's not the thing you really need to be concerned with. The AoE will be fired into a door opposite of Diablo and begin a chain reaction. Whatever door the AoE is shot into, it will come out of the other door of the same symbol. So if he fires it into a Gubu symbol door, for example,
whatever symbol he fires into, he will come out of this door with the same symbol.
will then be fired again out of the other Gubu door after a short delay, and then into another door. This continues until all 4 symbols have fired an AoE. There are a few easy dodge patterns here, but you'll still need to identify which symbol is going where. It's very reactive, and if there's any mechanic in all of Dalriada that will kill people, it's this one. Consider using big shields or defensive skills just in case you take a hit, as the hit's not automatically lethal. After the 4th AoE, Diablos will do a donut AoE, so begin to quickly run deep into his hitbox after all the doors are gone. This finishes Diabolic Gate. The next mechanic is Magitech Bits. This summons a line of bits that fire line AoEs that you need. To avoid. It basically hits 2 opposing quadrants of the room, so the safe area is pretty massive. It will be combined with other attacks later, including Etherochemical Lasers and even a knockback AoE from the center. You just need to do these mechanics on these sides safe from lasers. That's all it's asking you to do. Then there's Advanced Death 4. This summons a bunch of expanding AoEs around the room that, if they explode on you, kill you. Big surprise, right? After the first set explode, a few of these will actually spawn under random party members, so you need to adjust away from any of those tiny circles before they expand. The last new mechanic is Etherochemical Boom. I say new, but this is really just an easy mode version of Ultima and Diamond Weapons Etherochemical Booms as well. Several pairs of orbs will spawn and tether together, slowly floating towards each other. If they touch, you're dead. You simply need to run into the orbs to detonate them before they touch. These ones do not hit hard at all. Even a singular player on any job or role can do this safely. Melee focus on the ones near the boss, and range grab the ones away from the boss. If you blow up one orb without blowing up its partner orb quickly enough, the remaining untethered orb will explode on the raid and give everyone vulns. It takes a couple of these before it's lethal, but just don't let it happen. Just run around and blow them all up. With that, you've seen every mechanic up to about the 15% mark, just new combinations will occur. We already mentioned the Magitech Bit combos earlier, and there's another one where there will be an extra Etherochemical Laser fired whenever Diablo does it normally. So he'll fire 2 lasers, and then he'll teleport like 90 degrees in either direction, and then fire a 3rd Etherochemical Laser. This just kind of shrinks the amount of space that you have and gives you an extra explosion to think about. Nothing special. The fight drags on, you will see Diabolic Gates again, and Diablo will actually start to pair baited AoEs with the Tank Buster, which doesn't achieve anything except get you to panic, and hopefully the tank is the one who doesn't. At around 15%, Diablo will return to the north side of the arena if he's not already there, and channel Void Systems Overload. He will spam this attack over and over again until you finish defeating him. It deals moderate room-wide damage, summons several conal AoEs that appear in sets, and finally places acceleration bombs on players. These will explode if the player moves or performs any actions, even auto-attacking, when the timer reaches 0. Now there are 2 different timers you can get with acceleration bombs, regardless though you can employ a similar strategy. Stand in either the 2nd or 3rd conal AoE, it doesn't matter as long as it's right next to one of the first conal AoEs that appears. If you have a short duration bomb, do the bomb mechanic first and then dodge the conal AoEs. If you have a long duration bomb, you'll need to dodge into the first safe spot and then resolve the mechanic. Once the bombs are done, 4 players will get markers over their head that aim line AoEs in their direction. Just have them spread away from the party without hitting each other. Everyone else should stack together right in front of Diablo for a split damage line AoE that's placed on another random player. Once you've dealt with that, it all repeats until Diablo is defeated. Thanks for watching my guide to the Dalriada, the finale.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to wait for a party. That's not fun. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to wait. Oh well. Let's go on YouTube, watch some videos. Let's see what's here.
Is a defection, then the rest of the game is constant mutual defection. Therefore, in the long run,
Nothing on YouTube. Nothing super interesting to me, at least. Well, I've got nothing to do now.
Both would only get a third of the points they would get in a perfect environment. Tit for tat goes from performing very well to performing poorly.
So how do you solve this? Well, you need a reliable way to break out of these quotas. And one way to do this is by playing tit for tat with around 10% more forgiveness. So instead of retaliating after every question, you only retaliate around 9 out of every 10 times. This helps you break out of those patterns while still being retaliated on to not be taken advantage of. And so we also ran this with Royce and Rossi, and that did quite well. My favorite example is tit for tat does really well, but it can never be better than the players playing. I mean, think about it. By design, all they can do is lose or draw. And yet, when results of all their actions are tallied up, they come out ahead of all other strategies. Similarly, all these defects can never lose a game. They can only draw or win. But overall, they perform extremely poorly. This highlights the fun of this discussion. Because for many people who think about winning, they think they need to beat the other person. In games like chess or poker, this is true, since one person's gain is necessarily another person's loss. So these games are zero-sum. But most of life is not zero-sum. To win, you don't need a reward from the other player. Instead, you get it from the bank. Only in real life, the banker is the world. It is literally everything around you. It is just up to us to find those win situations and work together to unlock those rewards. Cooperation pays, even among rivals. From 1950 to 1986, the US and Soviet Union had trouble cooperating, and both kept developing nukes. But then, from the late 80s onwards, they started reducing their nuclear stockpiles. They too had learned how to resolve conflict. Rather than making a ring to abolish all nuclear arms at once and simply turning it into a single prisoner's dilemma, they would disarm slowly in a small number of nukes each year. And they check each other to see that they can both cooperate. And repeat the year after, and the year after that, all along checking to ensure mutual cooperation. In more than 40 years since actual experiments, researchers have continued to study which strategy performed best in a variety of environments. In doing so, they vary everything from payoff structures to strategies, errors, and more. Some even allow strategies to mute. While tit for tat, where demonstrated path is always from out on top, Axelrod's main takeaways still hold. Be nice, forgiving, but don't be Osho. Can I ask you, why did Ansel Rapport submit to tit for tat? Well, the reason was he was asked. And he wrote, yeah, I'm going to do that.
You memorize what you need to remember. Check the
Direct was the first major direct after the launch of the Switch, and it revealed a Yoshi game. And now this is the first major direct after the launch of the Switch 2, and here you go. Here's the next Yoshi game. I guess that's just kind of the pattern they are upholding. Then we had like a big chunk of third parties. It probably wasn't even that big of a chunk, but somehow it really felt like it. You know, that's one of the problems with this direct. It's just like, it was a lot of like third party fluff and like coming off of the Mario stuff and then just like nose diving straight into this boring third party stuff never even heard of. It was a bit of a bummer. But then we got a taste of Tomodachi Life, and it looks cool. It looks funny.
Good morning, John. Don't really feel up to the moment, generally. I don't think anybody's a huge fan of moments where it feels like suddenly everything's possible and that there aren't any good answers and there's no way to access what people will be like, how we got here. So instead, I'm going to here, if you don't mind, I have some notes. And I just like, it's possible for the world being, but right now you're not here about this and that's and people after a full year of work, perseverance, over types of things on the surface of Mars that we do not know how to explain without there having been life on Mars. So that's very different from saying that there was definitely life on Mars, and very different from saying there's currently life on Mars. So it's all context. Talk about that science. I'm going to give you the past, present, and future of life on Mars, including this recent discovery, which I think will be quite a big deal. The first spacecraft of Mars was in the 1970s, very little biology. So if anyone wanted to take a picture of the pictures were important because they did not know they might see like, they might be there and the atmosphere is very thin. But there was plenty of biology that show life. There were biology experiments on the members that were designed to do that. So this was from the beginning, take it very seriously. I mean, before we were on Mars, there was a lot of talk about whether people were looking for signs of past life. They were looking for currently existing life. They got into the soil, they put like water nutrients on to see if metabolism. And the first thing on that experiment with the acid being released, how the way science works, then you do other experiments to see if the metabolism is done through some normal kind of chemistry, like situations on the surface of Mars aren't deadly situations on the surface of other experiments on the surface of Mars show better molecules. And also we showed that metabolism could be explained just by your chemistry about life. That easily gives you compounds in the soil that would mimic signs of life. So they're very shitty from ADX. But it was kind of like one big experiment to decide everything, and that's just so rarely how science works. Now if they just take pictures of some moss, that would have been it. Like, it could happen. Usually it's more like get all your trips, you carry those trips, you try and like deal with those variations. Like there's no videos like this, like that's how science works. Measurements, countermeasurements, arguments, contradictions, revisions, science. In 1996, I was thinking another big thing happened. There was this partial meteorite found in the Arctic, LH8401, on Hills 8401. That was about from Mars. The blast off by an impact and it landed in Arctic. Rather than find food and better, gosh, this thing looks like a fossil bacteria. That was very interesting. Sounds very frustrating. So we can't block it. Then people were like, look, geology can make bacteria-shaped structures all by itself. And today it is still like in limbo. It is an unresolved, probably forever amazing sign that there could have been life. And like, to me, it's like, to check out our top. First part of the story. Like looking at Mars and seeing are these canals, it's like a sign of ancient activation. And also it's different. Like curiosity is different from molecules in some moonstone. Whereas that's the chemistry that is organic. Made by life. It means part of a large family of carbon-centered chemistry. We've seen weird spikes of methane on the surface of Mars that turned out to be maybe not really thought. There's also seasonal recurring lines of like dark stripes, which seem like it can be considered flowing water on the surface of Mars. Also, human planetary scientists proving at one point Mars had a block. We know that now. We didn't know that but it's on the 2024.
Okay. Well, I am out of things to do. I'm gonna have to wait for people to show up and people to log in. So, I don't know. What do I do now? I have a feeling there's something I could be doing now that would be good for me. Well, I've got no reason to do anything at the moment. I guess what I'll do is I'll leave and do more story content and then come back to this later. Yeah, I'll come back later today. Time for some MSQ, let's go! MSQ, baby! Gonna get some more coffee. MSQ, baby! Musaqua! Musaqua! MSQ, Musaqua!
trying to make plans, and we were in there rushing adventure time, and we were like, oh god, I'm so overwhelmed. I don't know how to make the plan.
Thank you, AFD, for the follow. It kind of looks like eggs. It kind of does.
Eating.
It's like a little, it's more yellow on the screen because I have a filter on. It's more like...
Y'all, there is no reason to be broke in this economy when UGC exists, because you can literally make 6 to 8 second long TikToks and get paid like $400 for it, and you don't even have to be an influencer. You literally just have to know how to make TikToks. Y'all, there is no reason to be broke in this economy when UGC exists, because you can literally make 6 to 8 second long TikToks and get paid like $400 a week. And you don't even have to be an influencer. You literally just have to know how to make TikToks. Y'all, there is no reason to be broke in this economy when UGC exists, because you can literally make 6 to 8 second long TikToks and get paid like $400 a week for it, and you don't even have to be an influencer. You literally just have to know how to. Y'all, there is no reason to be broken in this economy
I don't get it.
because you can literally make 6 to 8 second long TikToks and get paid like $400 a week for it, and you don't even have to be an influencer. You literally just have to know how to make TikToks. Y'all, there is no reason to be broken in this economy when UGC exists, because you can literally make 6 to 8 second long TikToks and get
I forgot getting coffee.
My friends, much and more have heard of your travels in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Riange. I trust Thancred making you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Arenvald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say that isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may yet be a year older, my body has hardly changed, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that the Elezen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane to your neck to meet my eye. Oh, so that's what's up with them. They're just younger Elezen. 'Twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though one breed had towered over me nonetheless. Arenvald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? Huh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Ferdola's going with them, that must mean... My apologies. As Arenvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. Let us be about it.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. There's no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Daniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked.
Glory be to
Glory
Garlemald.
be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Huh, he's right.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
I'm counting
on you. If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch us sneaking around in their territory.
In their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way.
Well, I just spilled water.
We best not keep them waiting any longer.
Even Jack Black knows who Video Game Donkey is. Isn't that awesome? Bowser himself.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Ffxiv. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. We both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
This is awesome. Arenvald, what a character.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Oh, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Oh, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryle and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Ba 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 ba. Estinian Wormblood, the Azor Dragoon. His was another name that featured promptly in the history books, and it will be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. I get the impression Arenvald is a lot more apprehensive than he lets on. He will have been grateful Alphino was there to see him off. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Ba 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 ba. Shade Kajin. Cool. Team Penguin. Good evening to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Americ sent word that you would be attending the meeting at Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. As to what then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Americ, only to find him absent? In any event, I am afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
Was he like Alize?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Alphino. Oh dear.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Oh, had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Oh gosh. Harsh. Relax.
The Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
That's what he said. Oh my gosh, that's funny. That was a pretty good gag.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up,
Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald. Good luck to them. It hasn't been easy being his sister, I can tell you that.
Aww, this is so sweet.
No rest for the righteous, eh?
Look at all these white-haired people.
I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla, why?
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation. Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
Hey, personality's got nothing to do with fighting prowess. Oh, here we are. Didn't cut any corners. Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find him here again quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned, the great Tiamat among them. Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willfully or no. It's been quite some time since last I set foot in Azisla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Will is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Ever since the end of the war with Mericidia, so I've been held captive for long. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Boom! Dead. Huh. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her. Mericidia. The icon claimed their souls when he first manifested, and robbed of their will they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished. Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
I don't remember anything about freeing
On the matter
Tiamat.
of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Bahamut and Goodness. Quite a bit of a ways up there. I am tired. Tell me all she had to do was break free. Oops. Whoops. Forgot the whatever. I'm getting that giant sleeping panging sensation of somehow still being extremely tired despite having slept 11 hours last night. Like, I get, it's always around 11 a.m. too. It's like always around 11 I get this extremely huge burst of exhaustion, and I gotta deal with it with coffee or something or another, exercise, I don't know. But I'm gonna go deal with my sleeping pang. Figure out what the hell to do. Okay, next up. I think I'm better. I think I'm feeling better. Gave my brain something to work on. Ah, such warmth. The frost hath shrouded my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pretempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Bahamut, my beloved, would that the peace we found in Mercedia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not meant to be. The Asians saw to that. In all creation I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came unto Mercedia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mercedia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlian scholar Marusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale of Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alizé. The magic is working. Slowly but surely, the magic is working, aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share.
No! I'm almost there! This is it, Angelo!
won't know for certain until the shackles are removed. Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Alphino's ready. It's time.
I don't remember this at all. This is my second time playing this. I don't have any memory of this.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest amount of settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Huh. I'm getting tired again. Man, something's gotta give. Now I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say that Telephoroi have other plans. Palgathan is already under siege. Happily, the immortal frames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, the Marshal Tarupin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Your Grace. Marshal Tarupin had provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglathan. Yet even with our combined strength we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may be well that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Will and others like him wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. All right. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. The 12. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her Grace requests. Lest we forget, our involved in Fort Dola are in Paglathan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. Ba 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 ba. Bum 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 ba bum. What the heck? What am I looking at? That's a female body with a male attire and haircut. Here we go. Time for some action. Time for some action. Action, 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 action. Oh dear. I like her. She looks cute.
What took you so long? The Amalja are in trouble. Let's split up. Oh, no, you don't.
Yep.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
What in Relga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now.
What the heck is going on here? I mean, I remember this part, but I don't remember exactly what happens. It's Lunar Ifrit.
No. No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together.
Ba-ba-da-na. Oh, my connection's gone. Uh-oh. Where is that alchemist guild? Ba, 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 ba. Free company petitions. Alright. Let's get down to business.
Welcome to Jeremy's IT lab.
Oh.
This is a free, complete course for
No,
the
no, no.
CCNA
No, I said no such thing. I gave you no such command. I gave you no such command. What are you doing?
Okay. That was another...
Saucy nudes. Right on. Huh. Okay, let's get to the Alchemist Guild. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's get to Endwalker. Let's go.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
Damn. You talk, Alphino. You go for it. You got this.
All life is precious! You need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
Wow.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
Damn.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then?
They'll be remembered.
They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
They will not be gone. They'll be remembered by the people that come after. My soldiers rage!
Don't die so easily.
There you go. Okay, this is outside the Alchemist Guild, so it's like right here, isn't it? Yep. I'm gonna go back to Boja and see if there's anything going on, because I want to do that Boja dungeon.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
What? Okay, I guess.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned, At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak. Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Looks like nobody's here. Looks like nobody's there. I'm gonna lower this. Hours of streaming. Yeah, I know this isn't optimal. I just don't want to do the rest. When the dust settles. Bop, 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 bop. I'm so tired, so bored. I'm so bored.
Welcome back. I expect you must... Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly? Is the question truly so vexing? Perhaps you fear I will chastise you for giving the wrong answer. Or was it so long?
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Krile, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I'm able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, Believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you, and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
We're almost there. I can feel it.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, Is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Wow. Not for naught. I'll be right back.
Ooh, now we got to get out of here. All of us feel soon. Marshall, what a great duo.
Virginia,
Another big meeting with everybody, huh? Na 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 na. Ooh, all the tribes. Okay. This is cool. I am down with this. Look at that. That's so cool.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would!
Down to business right away.
Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
Of course he did.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path.
should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
That is a screenshot. That is like, boom, Final Fantasy XIV. Period. Done. Look at all these people ready for Endwalker.
I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soul Walker? Do you not express your passion thus? This city without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
There we go. Beast tribes unite.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does. Turns kin into puppets. Pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise be!
They're getting along. That's so nice. I love this. This is so nice. People coming together.
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
Yes, mighty warrior chief.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea.
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
Yay! Happy! Happy, happy, happy! Aw, Alphino, with a tear in his eye.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Sure, Alphino, I know you're all caught up in this, the beauty of this moment. I don't blame you, buddy. That was a really, really good cutscene. Ba 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 da na 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 ba 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 da 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 ba 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 ba. Many and more. Oh, many and more. Elder Seedseer, how might we be of service? I seek Master Alphino's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. What? I know that you and yours have long kept a weathered eye on the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so. It is our hope that we may make use of the Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. Yeah. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the letters I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphino, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next time, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? As if you have to ask. I'll help. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say, we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. Help me. We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. It will not be easy to revisit the past, but sometimes one must look back to see the way forward. I take it we will soon be paying the Sylphs a visit. How fascinating it will be to speak with them in person, though I gather conversation can prove rather challenging. So what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inceptions to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those speaking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what it seems to me to be the most crucial question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together, and that this knowledge might help to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who would abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. Yeah? Okay. And Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking with Riol and Elian. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Oriens. Let us seek them out here. Let us seek them out there. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Will. But if you enjoy intelligence briefings, you've come to the right place. While such briefings are seldom exciting affairs, their importance in coordinating our efforts with our allies cannot be overstated. In that regard, Eliane and Riol have been most dependable. Well, look who it is. And what brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a matter of speaking, I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As I once explained to you, Will, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I had hoped to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't the only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would have not blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we've all got us something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Will, could you? Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, it's found that ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilberd, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity you was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel of 'em. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? 'Cause Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Ba 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 ba. They are really wrapping things up here. After the company of heroes went their separate ways, I did try working on my own for a bit, and I'll admit it was nice being able to pick my own battles. But if you want to make a real difference, you need to find a good crew and stick with them. Speaking of former Crystal Braves, I've not seen Armgul of late, constantly away on missions as he is. He probably died from having a terrible name. I wonder how he fares. Sheesh. Well, I think I've taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I'm conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. Ba 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 ba. What a game. What a story. When Alize sets her mind on something, there's no stopping her, and her mind was truly set on finding former braves. For a while, I even feared what she might do to them, but in the event she was admirably civil for the most part. On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes from our conversation with Alian and Riol. All that remains is to add Alize and Graha's findings, whatever they may be. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former braves without any great difficulty. Without any great difficulty? Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine. But their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Ffxiv. I will join you anon. I like Alize. She's such a cool character. Very headstrong. Witty attitude. Cool person. Cares a lot. Ooh, we're back in a realm reborn. Welcome back, ARR. Arr. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Walking ones may think this home is small, but this one has biggest home of all. The forest itself is this one's home. What does Walking One think of that? This one is heard. This one felt. Walking One has been judged worthy by Lord Ramu. Elder One is most gracious to Walking One. These one's crystals have found a good home with Walking One. And though I had the honor of sharing a table with Elder Ffxiv and Alamigo, I did not have an opportunity to speak with them. I do hope my studies have granted me a sufficient grasp of this people's customs. He? His? That's a lady. Ffxiv is a lady. Is that a typo? No way. Now that I think about it, the four of us, only you and Alpha, have any real experience conversing with the sylphs. Still, it can't be that hard, can it? These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems. Alize, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. What? No, a twin adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlian has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kryl has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I can see why they might want the Scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told it was one Fortunal Leveilleur. Oh dear, that's their dad. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Ffxiv, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones for more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits even now. Let us be on our way. Nice axe. Ultimate axe. That be an ultimate axe. Word of Master Fortunal's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Cryo permission to request Charlian's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seeds here. I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Damn.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves. But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline.
But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear. I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan, and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
Oh my gosh. What the heck, dude? You think he would do that to his dad? You think his dad would have done that to him if this...
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Ffxiv, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alisaie!
Oh no.
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Shit. That is dramatic. In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of an entire city-state. Their refusal to aid us now is, I'm sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. It was not so very long ago that we had a friend and neighbor in Sharlayan, and so I clung to the hope that she might yet lend us her strength. But when she forsook Dravania, it would seem she forsook us all. So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi? And as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Ffxiv who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not just simply keep their counsel and as they are wont to do? And that question goes into the cosmos. It is not going to get answered. Has Master Ffxiv arrived yet? Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they were hiding something from us that might go some way to explain Master Ffxiv's performance? When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believed that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they're not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claimed. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem. But don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Please do. Excellent. Obviously, keeping the Telophoroi at bay must take precedence, but with luck you'll be able to make the journey to Sharlayan ere long. It may take a while to secure every entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so for the present we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused to request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there's no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail? Na 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 na. While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, Walking Ones! Grave, grave tidings! Calm yourself, my gentle friends. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones send terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Xelphatol. Destroying Ones and Captured Ones, and even frightful Godly Ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late. Yes, much too late. But luckily, Destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West? That would be Coerthus. Kurthus, I don't know. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Talafaroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose is yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Van Daniel. Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray to see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. Oh, Arenvold's better. That's nice.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
He's not speaking.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Huh.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Kyrians say I may never walk again.
Wow. I thought he was tempered for a minute there. That pause was heavy.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
Damn.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Alfino, you already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them. I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, oh, just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
That's right. She's right. She's right. There's other ways to help.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Yeah, you'll find it. I like him. I like them. They're good characters. Ooh, a duty. Do I want to keep going or no? That's a tough one. Let me check my phone.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlian, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Dun 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 dun.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give it our all!
Go fast.
They'll damn well try. As the scions spread out across the field, Alize and Graha take the fight to the Telophoroi.
Allow me. Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Did you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? I gotta look up the word confluence.
shall protect thee. My turn.
May the 12 guide you. Away with you!
The best defense is a good defense!
Meanwhile, Grahati and Alize prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. Oh my.
You now.
That was complicated, man. I couldn't imagine doing that with a controller, man. No way. No way. I could not do that with a controller. No chance.
You're finished!
We must fight on!
I have you now!
I will not be outdone!
Nice. Awesome.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
He's tempered.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right? That
Agreed.
we will.
Da 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 ba 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 da 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 ba ba da 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 na na ro ba na bam ba na ba 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 na bam ba na ba ba. Nice. Woo! We ain't walking now, boys. We ain't walking now, boys. Riding home, riding home, home, ba, 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 ba. Nice artwork. I love the artwork here. That was so great. What a great post game. Man, they did everything. They did so good. They closed every plot hole. They resolved every conflict between the different nations and the different characters. They even resolved the Crystal Braves and Ehrenwald. What? Who cares about them? But they resolved it anyway. Man, they resolved the empty in the Raid series. You got to visit Limsa Lominsa and Ul'dah and Gridania all over again. So they all had their little revisits. The Sylphs had a little touch base. They just put everything there. And the whole thing with Elidibus was great. The whole thing with Elidibus was awesome. Man, what a game. One brings shadows, one brings a light. Yeah, that guy did the whole thing with the crystals. There was so much that happened. That was so much. Oh my goodness. I can't believe how much that was. That was a lot. Oh man. And now I am almost caught up with my main character, and I'm almost done with this playthrough. I still have to do the Boja thing, so that's still on the agenda, but man. And that guy turning back to normal, man, that was awesome. There was so much. Oh man, they did so much good. And it was all it was all compact. They didn't waste any time. They didn't have any time to waste. They had so much that they had to do, and the fact that they managed to hit every single story beat within the time frame that they were given, that is miraculous. That is a miracle. That this was one of the greatest creations in all of mankind has really put the greatest things together here. You've got top of the line music, top of the line story. The gameplay is great. Man. So many people worked on this. Man, that is crazy. That is craziness. And this guy becoming the mayor, that was a good story too. Oh man. I can't imagine what it was like to work on this. Just having so much to do. Man. Tell me how many people worked on these cutscenes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people worked on the cutscenes. Na 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 na. Endwalker, oh my goodness, I can't wait for Endwalker. Endwalker is so good. Cool. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emeric, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophori have been driven from Cartano, 'tis likely the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I'm confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophori at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophoroi's plans. If we could discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, all right, Alphado. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fulchinal's performance at the Lotus Sand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of etherical knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you, Will? Might you be persuaded to join us? If it means I can have words with Fortunal. Only after I do. If he and his friends in the Forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. You have learned Shush. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital. Ba-ba.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gaze is cast toward the moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides.